Yeah, I'm right here. Oh yeah, 8 a.m. pizza. That's my secret tech.
Pizza.
Oh no, it's just cheese, nothing special.
Hey, hey. I had a burrito. Yeah, just a chicken burrito, nothing special. That's that's a good question actually. So, looking over some of uh, the IDs that have been brought, we've already seen the one Miramorph that's been brought by Jay Foley. Uh, I mean, the one game that we saw on stream, he did lose that game, but it was extremely exciting. He came down to the last card left in R&D, getting imped. And uh, I guess another surprising thing is we did come across the one and only op player. I believe it was Freeform Jazz, and they are currently undefeated on the op. I see 9 points out of 9 on their comp. And I'm just surprised that we're not seeing more op, isn't I mean, surely it's uh, I mean, maybe not the best Wayland ID considering that outfit also exists, and but surely there's a discussion to be had there, and surely there ought to be more than one person playing op at this event.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely expected more up for some reason because I know someone, I believe it was a user called Cold Lava, posted a past events op list, which was pretty similar to what Freeform Jazz is playing, and as you can see, that is doing really well.
And of course.
Absolutely.
do want to point out, I do want to point out that I feel like we're going to be seeing a lots of two for ones this round, just judging by the number of players on 12 points. Currently, as we have like 8 players on 12 points, which, and I mean, assuming that all of the 12 pointers get paired against each other somehow, I we should expect to see. I'm guessing we'll see at least 3 or 4 two for ones in the hopes of these players to try and break into the top four, seeing as only top four make it to the elimination rounds. I do, be, I do believe Tempest uh, offered uh, offered ID to. Sorry, Tempest offered an ID to Dr. Crystal, but Dr. Crystal rejected. They want to play. So
Mm, well,
so in theory, since Dr. Crystal rejected the 241, oh sorry, the ID, and if Dr. Crystal sweeps Tempest, putting Dr. Crystal into the first seed with 21 points, and Tempest will still be on 18. It's not inconceivable that Tempest might be out of uh, might be out of the top four based purely on tiebreakers. I mean, of course, this is completely hypothetical, depending on like the strength of schedules of the rest of the people in 18 points. But it is something that could happen. Uh, so Tempest will be playing the Corp first versus Dr. Crystal's Sable, which is a runner we haven't really seen a lot of. When you're thinking about criminals, usually you'll be seeing the 419, which is the most common option. Alternatively, if you are interested in playing that kind of tag me style, then you'll be much more likely to pick Zaya. But Sable, we haven't really seen that much of. Although the ability undoubtedly is strong. It's basically an additional click button if you can fulfill the requirements. and it does unlock some of uh, the so-called quest complete cards, such as notably Deep Dive and Apocalypse. We'll see which one of those Dr. Crystal's playing, if at all. But in any case, that will be up against Jinteki Personal Evolution, which is notorious for being able to knock cards out of your hand with random net damage as you're making your runs per turn. So that's something that Dr. Crystal will have to be very aware of if they're trying to set up any particular deep dive or apocalypse combos.
We also saw that big Prana condenser play, so maybe? Yeah, so maybe we see like more than 5 counters Prana again? Who knows?
That's true.
Oh yeah, I did tinker with an outfit deck, and I'm really not a fan of Borehole. I don't think you can reliably protect it for 6 turns. And the other card, which is Regulatory Capture, the 2/6 6/2 agenda, which becomes a 2/2 at best at 4 bad pub. Like the outfit only needs 4 bad pub at best, so putting the Borehole out is just giving the runner extra stuff.
Yes, please. My late arrival, but glad to be back for round 4.
All right. Right. Looks like not wasting any time on both sides. They're already on turn two.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, turn two.
we already have
Right.
a Prana ticking.
4 counters on that Prana. It's only turn two. Good grief. Yeah, so this is kind of a. We did see this in previous rounds, but for anybody that's just joined us, it's uh, this next idea is kind of quite different to some of the other Jinteki PE decks that we've seen in the recent past, especially at the previous meta test, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think there are mostly asset spam P decks, I believe.
Yeah, so those would be playing, of course, Doctor Keeling with the Warward tracker just to try and tax the run out as they trash all these must trash assets from your various remote servers. But this is, of course, quite different uh, from that style of PE. Although some things never change, like running into an Nazi with only a boomerang doesn't feel good.
Yep, that's 3 damage, and pray that there's not a Hokusai Grid on server 2.
Well, okay, so uh, Dr. Crystal does draw a card off of the Unbroken Anansi sub, so they technically not dead on uh, not dead to a Hokusai Grid. Although, we do see a
Oh,
Warwick Tracker Rest, and Okay, so looks like a lot of oh, that's a double Warrite tracker. Oh, that's pretty nasty
That's wipes
considering.
that wipes the
Yeah,
board. Yep.
that is the board wipe. Wow, that's trace 4 going through, of course, and then another trace 4 going through. Uh, wow, okay. Well, goodbye, goodbye board. At least you're not dead, I guess.
And
Oh,
maybe that's another prana condenser.
hmm. All right, quite possibly. The good news for Dr. Crystal is, well, any future prana condensing is going to have to be from 0. Oh, and there we have it. Dr. Keeling, right? Hand size -1 for each power counter. And discarding a card. All right. Oh, this looks
This
extremely rough for Sable at the current moment. Uh, the economy is pretty much in a shambles after that initial burst uh, because all your installed cards just got blown up by warrant trackers. Uh, Not to mention the killing taking down. And this is kind of like uh, the lock that uh, that this PE decks want to put you in. They want to like stick like some kind of like doomsday asset, in this case Doctor Killing, in the server, and put a bunch of uh, annoying upgrades that punish you heavily if you try and contest. So in this case, it'd be like warrant trackers, but we've also seen Hokusai is very common, as well as sometimes Prisec if you are interested in that kind of tagging approach. And it
oh
seems to be
yeah, for
working
sure.
extremely well for Tempest right now.
I feel like you just have to include a light the fire at this point.
Yeah, Light the Fire is a pretty interesting card, which not many there's been not much take up like very recently. Uh, I mean, which does seem like a natural response to this kind of like Doom server approaches. So Light the Fire is of course a one cost Anak asset that lets you trash itself and to make a run on a remote server, and during that run uh, the cards in the server have no text. And when the run is successful, you can trash all cards in the server uh, without paying the cost. Of course, the cost is you have to pay the click to install, as well as the core damage when you make the run itself. So that
This is
seems like a
getting really rough.
yeah. Well, Dr. Crystal just has to run through the Anansi. Doesn't really feel that good. But what can you do?
Sometimes you just have to take 4 from an Anansi. Got enough to trash healing one of the warlords if you feel like it. And then there's that unknown.
I mean, it could be a Hokusai grid. Is it? No?
No,
Maybe not.
because
All right, all these war tracker traces that don't do that much.
Oh, it's a third Warroid tracker.
Ooh, all right.
what? Oh my goodness.
Filthy, absolutely filthy. Uh, so, uh, uh, so War Tracker as a card, or in general, these kind of so-called clown car servers where you just stack a whole bunch of upgrades in a single remote. Uh, they've become quite popular recently. And what do you think is the reason for this? Is it due? Would you say it's due to the bandlist update? Let's say the removal of endurance and Drago led to this kind of development.
I think the fact that like pinhole threading came out in Skunk Void era, like when that was in full swing. So like that was just something that happened when you were a successful run. Warride Tracker is just it cares about where the card is that you're trashing, not where you're trashing it from. And so it's kind of the natural response, I think, to that, to just be like, okay, if you want to pinhole my prana condenser, my keeling, if you want to avoid like coming through the remote, you're still gonna have to trash this.
Right. I mean, that's a logical response. That of course the pinhole threading is, I think, the has been for the past almost 1 year, I would say, since Midnight Sun released, pretty decent way of like dealing with all these problem assets, uh, like hidden in remote servers, or even upgrades hidden in remote servers that you don't want to have to run through the remote. And as you said, War Tracker is a good response to that. But surely there are uh, other responses to this kind of like doomsday remotes, like uh, is Apocalypse a thing still?
I mean, APOC, yeah, I think would be the. It's kind of the, I'm taking you down with me approach. Like you have resigned yourself to sacrificing your board, and so you force the corp to do the same thing. I could definitely see that as being, a counter response to that. Um, I think it's so strong. Maybe we're just like uh, seeing it particularly in this matchup because it hits so hard early on. But Sable, Prims like to just hit hard, like the mark. A lot of the mark cards, especially, like allow you to go for like a deep dive plan and stuff. So you kind of want to ignore the remote server, but Prana and Keeling say you can't. And Warride says you can't ignore it, and also you're not going to get out of here unpunished.
Mm,
There's
right.
also a card called Because I Can, though it's not very used, maybe, but it basically dodges Warlord Tracker and reshuffles everything in that server back into R&D.
Oh yes, this is from Katara.
Right. I mean, so what's going on here? So Dr. Crystal, of course, has survived the first the first killing, but there's now a second one cooking in the remote, protected by not one, not two, but three Warwick trackers, as we've discussed. And the play seems to just be taking
Yeah,
credits
just
and
thinking about.
trying to prep for uh trying to contest this killing, I guess. I mean, there are 29 cards in the heap, and only between the grip and the stack, only 14 cards left. So uh, running out of options very quickly, I think, on the criminal. And we see another. uh, So we saw Tempest put another card in server two uh, on the last turn, and
That has
okay,
to be
Yeah.
Hokusai at this point, yeah. Oh, there you
ooh,
go. It's Anansi.
uh,
That's game, right?
not
No, you can still
completely.
draw a card.
I can draw off the Anansi sub.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Uh, but how much if of it is just delaying the inevitable, it remains to be seen.
Chris is definitely on the back foot here. There's no denying it. They're playing to their outs, you know.
Mm.
That's kind of what you got to do. Um, and yeah, I think, like I said, especially because Sable wants to focus on the mark and the deep dive and whatnot, putting this much of the onus on the remote and making it painful just to like look at it funny is particularly strong against that.
Oh, and that hybrid release. Trash's pinhole threading, which was quite possibly Dr. Crystal's only out in this scenario. And okay, first click draw, second click diesel. Any more pinholes?
If that had been if there had been a blood in the water in the hand, that would have been game.
Yeah. All right. Spin
The
rest.
crystal has one more turn.
Quite possibly. Although if there's 7 cards in hand, if any of them is a blood in the water, that's yes game instantly.
Oh, oh yeah.
Oh, or
that
if
works
there's
as
Oh,
well.
that's good.
Oof. Extremely
That's
brutal showing from the PE deck. The
Yeah.
Sable never really got to get off the ground in this game.
it had a good rig starting up, but that prana condenser couldn't be ignored, and it's the contradiction between like the Crim has to face check and Jinteki has the Anansi. Like,
Hmm.
and
It's such a
unfortunately,
massive tempo
Waroid
hit.
was yeah.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, not much to say. Not much to say about that one. It is.
Yeah, I want to see some. I want to see some really good outfit here. Make me believe in the bad pub. Show me the borehole is a good card, and I don't just love it. Ironically, just kidding. Borehole is a good card. It's just not a card that can actually like resolve to win you the game.
I like the card because it's bad to play and it's never played. But I also wouldn't play it myself a lot of the times.
It's just it's very good as a set piece thematic card, Afshar and HQ. Just because like, the huge blatant culminating mining operation, they have just what's the word? Thrown out all preconceptions. Like they're just like this land is ours and we're taking
Very
it.
overt.
And the fact that like you just get the bad publicity until it doesn't matter and that you just win. Regulatory capture as well added on to that. Just great storytelling through the card. Bulwark.
Yeah, that's a very early bulwark rest, especially with the runner not having a board of anything to trash. But it does end the run, and it does give you a bad publicity if that's what Dr. Crystal is looking for. But of
Potential
course,
boom here.
Here comes the news. Very notable, I think, that Hoshiko didn't manage to trigger their ID flip on turn 1, and it's quite possible that having those extra 2 credits from the ID flip as well as the link from the ID itself would have helped a lot in trying to contest the hard-hitting news trace. So that definitely played a part in that being able to turn to okay.
Oh, yeah, that's game. Some rough games.
I mean, jumping into this game, the first thing that springs out is that Motion Blur has done the unthinkable and put 4-2 agendas into a Jinteki deck. What's up with that?
I mean, the Nisei Mkitu did save him the game just now.
It is true. It is true. Literally the entire game. Yeah, we've been so used to seeing that kind of 5-3, 5-3 and a longevity serum or whatever hybrid releases. It's quite refreshing in a way to see Egg Infusion, the quintessential prison deck trying to score out 4-2s, Offward Office, Nisei Mark 2. Not something you get to see every day. But of course, Egg is facing off against this Hoshiko looks to be on turbines. And that looks like, are my eyes deceiving me, or is it 12 influence of imported programs already on the board?
4-4-4, yeah. There's a pinhole, there's 3 pinholes. That's all the influence, yep.
That's
well,
literally it.
We do have 2 cards in the grip and none in the stack, so I guess I shouldn't be too shocked here. I'm trying to think of a way to very clearly convey with my voice the concept of turbine. Like, I'm not sure if it works. Someone might be able to jam it together, but
Turbine
turbine. Play 2
is,
turbine.
workable. I can live with that.
Turbinary. How about that?
Oh, that's not bad. That's
Ah.
not bad. We do see twinning dig for 2 cards, which trash 2 cards, and going back for the 3rd card. And there it is, Offward Office.
Yeah.
Good
I looked
game.
away. What happened? Hang on.
Yes.
This is like the 3rd time I have turned my head for 5 seconds, and then I come back and 5 points have been scored.
It happens. It's just a 2 cards on R&D, trash, 1 card on R&D game.
Yeah.
Looks like at least 2 of the 2-for-1s have already been finished. L and Reina Murana have won their games in the 2-for-1s, which means we probably won't be getting to see any more op tonight, which is a bit of a shame. But what can we do? So
Double Waroid. It looks familiar. Stall advance and a hard-hitting news. Might have joined at an opportune moment.
So what you're telling me is if I turn my head and look back in 5 seconds, the game might just randomly end?
Yeah, I think Knack will be able to run R&D and pop 1 twinning counter, and steal 2. Go up to 5 credits for no reason to steal the Bologna.
Seems easy enough, all right? Okay, so four tags on smoke. Generally, uh, most shapers, don't like having tags on them. Smoke, of course, no exception. Although there is a misdirection in play, so I do believe you are allowed to use mantle current credits to spend on misdirection, which is a nice bonus, which means Knack only needs to click for a single credit before uh, before being able to clear all four tags. So realistically, Knack is like in no real danger of like dying to a boom or any kind of meat damage. But this hard hitting news is, I mean, it's better to see it more of like a tempo tool rather than some kind of uh, actual kill opportunity, especially this late in the game when the shaper has access to misdirection and
We're going to
whatever
Warwick
other kind
Town.
of tag avoidance tools.
We are going straight into the blender. Let me see. Okay, yeah, that has to be an asset. It's reversed accounts. Yep, there we go. Choosing not to spend 4 installed cards to remove reversed accounts.
Very
I
prudent.
feel like another boom is coming.
Yeah, can he still misdirection?
Yeah, oh yeah. Although looking at it now, it appears that he probably
No.
can't misdirection.
Gain a
Oh, you still can. You
credit.
can remove three tags because of the
Net
Net
marker,
marker.
net
yeah.
cure credit. Although
Yeah, don't have to
that
get all
appears to
4,
not
yeah.
that appears to not be the option. Like just elects to take a
Who would do
three-card
that? It's
dig.
overclock time. Let's go,
Well, I can
baby.
respect that.
Make him have it.
I mean, it's entirely possible it's not in hand, and if it's not in hand, then sweeping R&D is the best way to make sure you don't get boomed. Well, the second best way, I guess, the best way would be just to clear the tags.
Um,
Right?
uh, something's going on here. Paid 1 from Net Mercure and 1 from credit pool.
Looks like Knack
Okay.
paid one from net mercure when they intended to pay from overclock instead. Yeah, Silent Arbiter's fine. Looks like uh, we're re-rolling the run.
Move back
There we
to
go.
so we don't have to worry about that bug happening again. That's good.
Okay, so uh, I I've been breaking ice with smoke and just the stealth rig. As long as you have sufficient stuff credits, it's pretty trivial, right? And the overclock definitely helps with the stuff like the Tobulf on encounter, as well as just like regular Sandra things that you might have to do in a run. And now we'll get to see three cards from R&D. Mavirus. Uh, all
No
right.
agendas.
No agendas, but no boom either. Is it in hand?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, would it have been prudent to run HQ instead? But I,
Game's not over.
yeah, exactly. That's I think a little bit telling, but the third ice on R&D. I mean, but I am also again reminded Net Mercure first time each run.
Right. Okay. Good to keep in mind. Uh, uh, but you do not need to spend the credits during run. You can spend them anytime, which is a nice side benefit. But Knack does take the time to clear tags now, right? Safe from fiery meat damage death for the time being.
Yeah, sorry. You can gain 1 credit per per run, but you whatever. I think it also has to do inherently with the terminology of the game, with turn and run being just unfortunately kind of unfriendly when you have any form of dyslexia.
Right. Right. That's
It's
definitely
it's gotten me many a time. I look down and I'm like, I remember looking really hard at Cusick and being like, why does this keep me from accessing more cards this turn? I don't get it.
all right. First click Diesel, drawing 4 because of the Anicam, and of course giving 2 credits to Asmari. Second click rigging up. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, rigging up.
Do they not have?
They don't have memory. They're trying to install a program,
Hmm.
possibly.
Egret. That shouldn't
That
be.
is a program.
Install one
Yeah,
program, paying 3 less.
it possibly it's a I think it's a memory issue. There we go. Trashes the mental. All right.
Okay, yeah,
Installing Egret on Toll Wolf. Okay. So
that's kind of wild, honestly, that it cared, because like if you install from hand, JNet does it'll put the little like -1 and the exclamation point, but I didn't expect it to just flat out.
So this is actually a cool interaction. Normally it's what Knack wants to do is just make Tollbooth a sentry, so you can use the on encounter effect from after image to bypass Tollbooth and therefore not have to pay the 3 credits on encounter effect.
Oh, there's a crypto crash there.
Okay, so 5 points. Very cool.
Yeah, that basically saves 3 credits on a toll booth.
So pretty
Yeah,
decent.
I'd completely forgotten that bypass was before that trigger. Just didn't even think about it. Yeah.
Okay, Arbiter's making the play now. Install advance in the remote. Possibly the last Bellona. He is on game point, and this could be the last 5-3. Well, not the last, but the final 5-3 of the game.
Has 5 credits.
Yeah.
What can you res with 5 credits? Be detrimental. Can I be IP block maybe? Will the runner be that poor this turn?
IP block?
On the remote.
I mean,
Possibly. Well,
Is this
while Knack
the
is
double
quite
reversed accounts?
while Knack is quite credit poor, it's he does have a bunch of money offshore on his Mercure and his Trickster Taka, which let's not forget is also a stealth card, which means you can use it to pay for aftermage or other stealth breakers. So okay, the call seems to be just push R&D again. I don't fault them for it. I mean, it is pretty hard to push up to 5 credits with this against this potential Bellona. And it's a border control. And that I mean, while that is technically a guaranteed end the run on R&D, should Arbiter choose to do so, it does mean that if Knack doesn't play an event this turn, it's entirely possible that even if it is a Bellona in server 1, it's not scoreable. Unless there's some kind of oh no, Knack lets the credits fire on border control. That's very fascinating. So he's basically saying, I think this is going to be the last run of the game. It doesn't matter how many credits you have. It doesn't matter if you pop the border control now, I'll get my one access or two accesses on R&D from the twinning. And it doesn't matter that you have the money to score this border control. Sorry, this Bologna.
Something I think that kind of is hidden here is former the twinning, the turning wheel is worded. It's a paid ability window to activate it. So you as the runner making the run, unless it's an offer you can't refuse, have to commit to like paying your turning wheel counters before the border control fires. Whereas the twinning, that's on Breed. You don't have to commit anything to that. So
Right. Which
I
is
just
why
think the
even
lack
though
of that is something I wanted to highlight right there.
yeah, which is why even though the border control is popped, Knack still is keeping his one twinning counter. And there we go, another install in server one. The previous install did turn out to be an NGO front. And here we have a cyber dealer. That was rigging up cyber dealer. All right. Draw a card of Anicam, gain 2 credits of Asmari, and then second click, it's another border control.
Another. At this point, you have to wonder how much accesses on R&D will actually get you, because there's a chance they're going to be Bolognas and you don't have enough credits to steal one.
That's a fair point. And I think also very important is the fact that because the afterimage bypass effect is only usable once per turn. So if
This is credit
use
perfect, I think, for Bologna, right?
Credit.
Pay 1 credit, have no, they had to pay a
No.
second.
Yeah, and because you can if you can border control the first run, if you border control the first run, and as Arbiter does here very rightfully, you can't bypass toll booth again. You do have to pay the tax this time. So, Sinar basically has bought himself an additional turn of trying to dig for some kind of agenda to jam in level one instead of having to put spin doctors and NGO fronts and that kind of thing. But I mean, when it runs out of border controls, and you imagine he will run out of border control soon, how does he stop smoke from getting that R&D triple access?
By winning the game and therefore stopping the runner from having more turns. Arbiter did put a counter on to Vladislavsk. You still have to put the second one on eventually, but it's there. It can still be a fast advance. This not be clawing at the curtain.
And you
At
see,
best, that would be.
you see what Arbiter did there. Arbiter spin doctor. You should have to shuffle 2 ice back into R&D. That would be border control, and not the second border control, but the second magnet, which is a very relevant res at this point because it will pull off the aggregate from the toll booth, thereby making it not a sentry anymore. And it's possible that Arbiter, with that install, if that's a magnet on R&D, may have been able to seal off R&D from any twinning pokes that Knack might be able to muster. But not to be deterred, Knack is trying again. There we go, turnpike.
Lose credit. There's a trace. Okay.
Alright, turnpike fires. Not worth spending stealth credits on pumping after image of this one. Alright, second ice, what's it gonna be? IP block, okay. So neither of these were the ice that Arbiter shuffled back into R&D, which is slightly unfortunate. The good news is that Knack has to break both of these subroutines, or at least the end the run subroutine because it's currently tagged from the turnpike. There we go, 4 credits. And now you can imagine 2 stealth credits to bypass toll booth. There we go. And finally,
So
magnet. And then I think at long last, Knack will be getting his 3-card R&D access. They pushed
is
long and hard for this one.
So one
that's
short of a
4
Corona.
credits. Oh
Sorry.
no.
Oh, he
Oh,
gets it
that's so scary.
on the second card. Artificial Crypto Crash for the win.
I did not even. I saw 5 and 4, and my mind has been working 4 and 5. I didn't even think about 2 pointers. Oh, sleep's important, y'all. That's not efficient. I come in round 1, start making the mistakes. Let's go.
Uh, 2 for 1. Oh, this makes it even worse for Arbiter, doesn't it? Knowing that could have that one turn when Knack floated the tags, had the option. Even though Knack gambled that he wouldn't get boomed at the turn, but yes, Arbiter did have the option to trash at least one resource, even like trashing the twinning or even Trickster Darker. That puts a serious dent in Smoke's stealth economy, or if not the stealth economy, then the win condition itself, the multi-access, and that makes a big difference in this R&D digs in the late game. Well, it's not inaccurate to say that, but we've seen like plenty of variants at Hoshiko, not just over the past month or so, but even uh, in this event itself as well. I believe Tempest is on Omokua, and uh, I believe we did see some Anus informants in Tempest deck. At least I believe it was Tempest, and I mean that's always exciting to see. Something that's like out of the ordinary, not just like rec breakers and uh, breakers and money and just efficient stuff. You get to see some kind of like different rig constructions and like uh, concepts. And I think the Anus informants and the Amokoi as well as the Maw, which I believe is also in there, they do synergize and harmonize very well together. Both of them look like they want to run. Both of them look like Tempest looks like they want to run as well.
I'm gonna need to crunch some numbers on that one. You love to see. Like to issue a correction to my previous tweet regarding. You do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to him. I found this tweet that you reminded me of. You know, I'm always thinking about Torment next thing.
The Torment Nexus. Oh, I know that one.
At long last.
Do not create the Torment Nexus.
You see what I mean? I voted for one, and I lost. What's up with this? Yeah.
I knew I should have bid zero.
I knew that I was gonna lose, so I'm garnering pity out of this.
Then you should have voted for 2.
Right. So 40 minutes, and we have here PD versus Hoshiko. This is kind of like a throwback to last year's Continental season when PD was still like being played everywhere. With this is of course back in the days with Endurance still back in the format, and then the PD players started to adapt with slotting next activation command, which is the HB lockdown, which um, which stops ice from being broken by non-icebreakers, which endurance being an icebreaker is not actually an icebreaker. But I digress. We are in the here and now, 2023, and we have a raindrops cut stone on HQ. All right, bouncing off of an Eli. Don't see that ice every day. And oh, that's a cheeky little Anoetic Void trash to end the turn. All right, I'd say Hoshiko's done pretty well for herself on this turn one. What do you guys think?
Really feels bad when your 4 influence is trashed turn 1 for like 1 credit.
Yeah. Uh, and there we go. Reuben saying, I don't want any of that stuff to happen again. You want to trash anything, you got to come work for it. With ice, and draw a card. And Aksu, whoa, lightning speed from Aksu. Just taking credits uh, off of Liberated account and passing the turn. And importantly, flipping back to the Hoshiko's top protagonist side. And I do think it's quite a underrated skill. And I do think it separates like the good Hoshiko players from like the great Hoshiko players about uh like when it's good to keep to go stay in the flip form and when it's appropriate to flip back to your original side so you can flip back and forth again and again over and over.
I think that Hoshiko stands out amongst the flip idents because the other ones that come to mind, Sync and Earth Station, you flip by clicking, and making it cost a click is kind of a lot. Whereas with Hoshiko, you know you
Yeah,
determine your state based on the
yeah,
game plan, and it
yeah.
happens. You don't
You
have to
flip, yeah.
take time to do it, in a sense.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a very good observation. And even though technically making excesses is costing you an action because you need to make a run, but the run is the uh, it's how you get value from the run that's more important. And oh, that's a cleaver cleaver installed, getting past Trickster Taka for 3 credits, not a bad rate. And even less than that, considering that you have Trickster Taka backup. So HQ, even though Eli, used to be a pretty efficient piece of ice, now uh, Hoshiko can get her accesses on HQ for pretty much a net of 2 credits, 2 credits per turn, and we do see Aksu keeping the discipline, only choosing to access cards on every other turn, flipping back to untold protagonists, and keeping up all of their companions. And this is what we don't see very often actually. Fencer Fueno. Whenever we make a successful run, we spend hosted credits for the remainder of the run. So usually for trashing cards, but other cases can be used to pay for Bellona if it's an NBN matchup.
Yeah, Fueno's so narrow in scope. It's hard to get it to get good use out of it. But I mean, here we are. He's out. Let's uh let's go skewer some things.
Right. Okay. And there you go. Dirty Laundry HQ. Cleaver just cleaving through that Eli, accessing a drafter. All right. And more draws and discarding cards from Shiko, discarding Fermenter and Laundry. So quite notable that we've gone through a whole bunch of cards and a lot of econ on the runner side, but not really that many breakers. And notable again that that Hoshiko's on cleaver rather than that more traditional paperclip. You think that's indicative of uh, like this kind of turbine deck?
Yeah, I would think it would have to be just by virtue of the efficiency of the 1 to 2. Trying to think if there's anything else that you might. What's the one? I was just talking about this the other day. There's Behemoth, and what's the other one that you shouldn't make an
Num?
effort to splash
Is it
in?
num?
No, I don't think it was. I'll find this out. One second.
Anyway, in the time we were making all this small talk, Reuben Peters has gone up to 4 points with an awful
Yeah,
office and a project Vitruvius with a counter even. So very commanding position for the PD. And that's it. Oh, okay. Well, okay. That does look like a misclick. All right. Pinhole threading on HQ now. Looking to trash probably one of these upgrades on server 1. Anoetic Void, which of course
Yeah.
he knew he was there from the drafter fire, so it goes back in the trash where it belongs. I'm sorry,
get
that
that
was in
out
my
of here.
head.
Get that out of here.
All right, Tranquility Hungry. So install game 2, Regolith. Oh, that's a nice install by Reuben. Credit perfect from 1 to 0 to 2 credits off the install, and then clicking for 6. That's pretty good.
Very satisfying. Gonna just thank the drafter. We only have the analytic.
That being
Or
said,
is no? There's MK Ultra. Oh, there it is. Okay.
yeah, there we go. All right,
Aksu still
well,
really needs a decoder.
yeah. I mean, and Anax do kind of struggle with these kind of problems sometimes, just have to find all your breakers. You don't have mutual favor or well, but there we go. Bustle in play. And Gatekeeper no longer a problem, broken for 1 credit. And looks like Aksu is going to trash out
Trash
server
both.
1.
Yeah.
Oh, down to 2 credits. Oh, look at that fence of Fueno value. And I mean, Reuben Peters. I mean, yes, the remote's kind of compromised now, and credits are, well, not exactly in abject poverty, but 10 is not an amazing credit pool. But he still has lots of things to work with. 7 cards in hand, and a Vitruvius counter to boot. So can't really complain about the board state. But looks like Aksu is almost done setting up. Breakers in play. Look at all those companions. Paladin Pomo hits the field as well. Yeah. Just running slightly low on the credits, just holding on to the 2 at the moment, but with plenty of recurring credits pouring in, as well as the daily casts dripping over the next few turns. The onus is kind of on Reuben to make something happen. If not, he might just get run over by this economic engine that Aksu's setting up. And there we go. 2 installs in server 1. All right, first click, Aksu. Here we go. Raindrops got stone. Server 1.
The question is if 5 credits can get Aksu through the server.
We'll have to see. So it's 3 credits for drafter. That's not so bad. 1 credit for Gatekeeper. That's doable. I mean, this last ice is a little bit spicy though. What's it gonna be? Passes the last ice. Okay. All right, Tranquility Home Grip. Okay. So no trash on either of those. Not using no credits. But you do get your raindrops money back. And right, Aksu's flip. So with this drafter res on the server 1, you're kind of confident that you're somewhat able to go through most of these ice. I mean, of course, we still don't know what the last ice is, but the entire rig is up, and we have some more money coming in with this liberated account. So I dare say Aksu's not too unhappy, even though that last remote run proved to be fruitless.
I'm guessing the last size on server 1 is a Fairchild 3. I could be wrong.
Yeah. So Reuben declined to res when he was on 5 credits previously, so it could be a Fairchild 3. There are, of course, other options such as Ansel is very common. But here we go and overinstall. This could be another agenda.
Yeah, again, seamless launch plus Vitruvius, which means 2 seamless launches. If that's a 5-3, better hope that Aksu can steal it.
And Aksu's going back in.
Got plenty of creds for a Fairchild now.
Yeah, or even possibly, just to click through. Perfectly fine. Another Gatekeeper. Ooh, this one hurts actually. Ooh, that's nasty. Aksu pays 10 credits to pump Gatekeeper by 3.
Okay, well that's also incredibly dangerous. You do need to not let them over advance the Vitruvius.
It was worth it in the end, technically, with all being able to score out that Vitruvius and get it out of the hands of PD. And the upside is, I don't know, you only need to pay 10 credits once per Gatekeeper. It goes back to 0 strength, so you're back to paying 1 credit for it. So this server 1 is actually pretty porous, I'd say. It's, I mean, 5 credits to go to 3 ice. You don't get much better than that.
Yeah, and you still got a fermenter ticking right there, so you're still set for the long run.
Isn't it pretty absurd, don't you think, that Aksu just spent 10 credits on the 3 res ice and still has 14 left over at the start of the round? That's pretty sick. All right, Skunk works.
You can tell that Reuben has been playing for a while, just based on that res before passing the Gatekeeper. Newer players would not remember that before the movement step was introduced by NSG, you had to do your reses before encountering the first or the last piece of ice. Timing. Thank goodness that's not the case.
One of the improvements. Oh, okay, that's a biotic. That things are suddenly heating up, huh? So 3 clicks gained for Reuben. Taking back the biotic. All right, that's a tell. Installing, gaining a credit. All right.
Are there any 2-1s in his deck? Is the question.
Bifurcation's a card. If we go back, bifurcation's a card.
Could be 2, yeah.
So Reuben's strategy seems to just be, even though this server 1 only costs 5 credits for Hoshiku to break, and that's even before the recurrent credits come into play. Oh, Offload Office stolen. Correct. The strategy seems to be just if I put something in server 1 every turn, 5 credits is not a lot, but it does add up, and maybe eventually the Anak will run out of money.
Onsel and Biotic from
Alright.
HQ. Okay.
No dice yet, so Biotic is in hand, and of course with that Vitruvius token, Reuben is able to summon up whatever he wants on demand. So even something like a hedge fund would be nice in this exact moment. But no, just drawing. All right.
Taking for the final game-winning agenda, perhaps.
And there we go. Another thing in the remote.
Come and get it. Come and get it.
So if you're Aksu at this point, is there a point where you feel like just calling the bluff on server 1? Do you ever just say, you know what, I don't believe that's an agenda you have in there. You have a biotic in hand. There's no way you're gonna risk an agenda like this. And I'm just going to turn my attention to centrals or trying to get more econ set up.
The answer is no, apparently. At 6 points, you kind of have to value how much you need to respect being in check, as it were. But I feel like this is okay. Yeah, that I feel like that's the case where it's not an agenda, but you really needed to go get it.
Yeah. And Fencer for pulling in the work, trashing for free.
Yeah, companions and well, Keiko is also a companion. Just it basically costs nothing to just run and check that server. It's you got to spend the click, but you're going to get the money back for the most part. So leaving it is kind of just a risk that you don't want to take, especially when Reuben doesn't have the money to biotic right now.
All right, Reuben. Well, he's happy to play this game. Come and get it. I'm sure. I'm sure Aksu's perfectly fine to continue the status quo. Oh, here we go. Installing a card. Oh,
Halter, who?
to Galter.
A mad dash.
Matt Dash R&D. All right.
Going
So
for
this
the
is something
triple
new.
twinning.
Breaking breaking the cycle, as it were. So Aksu saying, you know what, someone made. I've checked this for like the past 5 turns, but no more. Let's go. R&D, 3 cards. And
It's also a crucial point too, where it's like, are you going to spend the money right now?
and that is a gatekeeper, the third gatekeeper.
It's only 10 credits, whatever.
Oh,
It's only
But
10.
now you're in trouble. You can just put the Anotic down on R&D or something.
do you
No, we have.
check out here?
Can't we? Oh no, we don't have money for it.
You could run through drafter, but then as you mentioned, Anoetic Void is a big problem.
Anoetic could be punishing if that's a Rashida that they can, res get some credits and cards.
Oh, and Aksu fires the drafter. This is a development. And now Reuben has a big
Skunkworks
choice to
wouldn't
make.
be a.
Right? So, do you put a void down and trash and pay 2 credits and 2 cards? Is this a thing? Because if you put down if you install and res a Skunkworks, Aksu can just click through it and he still gets his 3 accesses.
Yeah, and you also you have the Vitruvius counter, so even if you only have one card you want to discard, maybe that's what you use the counter on, is only really discarding one that you wanted. But I there's probably gonna be better uses for it. It's just not much longer to find those better uses.
I mean,
Again, I don't know if
Uh,
there are any 3-pointers in this deck, so
I mean,
probably
it
not.
is worth remembering
Oh,
that PD
one.
is a 44 card deck. You only need 18 points, and 10 of them are already in play.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay.
So there's a very good chance there might not be any one pointers at all, and even even if it is a 5/3, it could be a food, which doesn't really matter to either player actually,
Well,
because of the fact that this is a mad dash run.
I think I would say 3 Vitruvius, Luminal. Would have I guess maybe 2 off or all 3 off worlds, but I don't know. Maybe I would want to go for the bifurcations just because PD turns that into something actually for the
Whoa,
most part
whoa,
useful.
wait, hold up.
Hang on,
Oh,
wait. Oh, huh? What? Huh?
Oh, that's a play. Uh, so Reuben installed installed the skunkworks, but not on R&D, on server one on the remote. And
and it's a
oh, yeah,
miss.
and it misses 3 cards on R&D, down to 2 credits on
Uh,
Aksu.
yeah.
I mean, Reuben is not really doing well on the credits fund himself. He's only on 3 credits. I mean, of course, he does have a hedge fund from that draft of fire, but he does need to spend his entire turn to click up to get it. There
I think
is a
that's.
skunkworks in Civil One.
I think you have to like if you're planning to win this with the biotic, like have the 7 credits. You kinda gotta.
Well, yeah,
Plus
yeah.
click credit hedge fund. Uh, well, I guess you wouldn't be putting anything in with the Managarm to make Aksu want to run it, but you know maybe he'll forget. Maybe he'll forget and just run it.
Yeah, this is okay. So
Going for
card in
the
Civil One, credit, and credit, 5 credits.
so the seamless plan then.
So
Let's see.
yeah, you could pull off a seamless. Although worth noting, we haven't seen any seamless launches this game, which is
Yeah, we
uh
have.
oh, we have.
Yeah, they've been both of them have been recurred.
Right. And you have to imagine if they're recurred, Reuben has to have at least one in hand, and if he has one, he has two because of this Vitruvius. So
Yeah,
even scoring a food or 5/3 off the table is uh well, it's not on it is on the table. That option is at least. And Aksu back at 1 credit, lots of recurring, but you know, not much on actual cold hard cash. Is this remote crackable this turn with a skunkworks in it? Oh, he says no. He just takes credits.
just calling the bluff. Oh,
Oh, and he's got it. Ruben's got it. The double seamless scoring global food initiative
it
ended the
was
game with
2 in
9 points. Oof.
Good games. And
Good
this is
game.
single limb, right? So,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
good run to Aksu. Definitely a good show for going out. Uh, one heck of a game with just navigating this server that seems cheap to get into, but really takes its toll after a while. Good games.
yeah. And I think we also do see the weakness of this so-called fixed breaker lineup, especially this Buzzsaw against like a freshly rest gatekeeper. Not once but twice, Aksu paid 10 credits a pop to break a freshly rest gatekeeper, and that's just that feels awful. That feels awful.
Uh, oh, okay. Let me just. We do also have our 2 invitations, I believe, right? Abogus. Ab- Abogus. Um, uh, and clearly, I think the lesson that I'm taking here is just res your gatekeepers at the right time. Simply res it when the runner has to pay 10 credits per. That's brutal. For it to happen twice, oof. Abogus. It's it's on arguably more important than any card game you're actually playing. Like, what fun is a card game if you're not like having a good time with your opponent? Like, even if both of you are very like, if you're supremely net decked, playing top tier, like going against each other, like that can still just be like a fun little romp. You can still laugh your way through that and just have a grand old time. Um, I found as well recently, I joined just like a group of people who would who I guess for lack of a better word, a testing group, and just having like people around to talk to and reflect on the matches that you played with your respective opponents, like brings back a Friday night something feel that I think is the reason that I'm literally like I stayed up all night to cast for this card game that is alive, like just because people love it. Like, I don't know. I'm going somewhere with, or maybe this.
It
Com-
is. It
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 said
looks it looks does look like double elimination. It is Tempest copying against Reuben Peters and Reina running against Aksu on the lower bracket. You want to go look at Aksu's outfit? We haven't seen that all day.
So is this double elim then?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay. Uh,
No, we did. Yeah, yeah, we did not see this matchup. But we have seen both of these players before, but not the matchup itself. And it looks like
I don't think we've
Aksu
seen
started off with double ice with.
Aksu's.
Right,
The sabotage begins.
right. Reina getting a pretty early marrow. So 7 card grip. So uh, actually pretty helpful in case Aksu's on some kind of a meat damage boom plan. But frankly speaking, you don't really expect SR deck to stay on 7 hand size for very long, don't you?
One core damage and that's it.
Oh, all right, all
Straight
right.
to bed after that.
Oh, but this is a pretty decent opening from Reina with this double fermenter. It does take a couple of turns to start ticking, but when it boils over, lots of credits in the bank. Aksu with the draw install, of course popping the spin doctor, and looks like both players just happy to just sit here drawing cards. All right.
Some days it's click 4 times to draw. That's I think something that I at least had trouble grokking when I first started playing the game is sometimes you start your turn with 5 cards and then you draw 4 cards. Sometimes that's
Sometimes
just
when you gotta
correct.
do it, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
Right, more ice on the remote, but not too much to show for it in the credit department on Aksu. No too big to fails or hedge funds coming out just yet. Meanwhile, those on the runner side, those fermenters still ticking over, still on 0 credits on Issa. Not running as of yet, choosing to respect the hard hitting news threat, I suppose. We haven't really seen any influence whatsoever from the outfit, so uh, it is reasonable to assume, I guess, suppose, until proven otherwise, that they're on some kind of hybrid flatline plan, as is the case of many of these outfits that we've seen in the past.
Well, we do
Oh,
see the one spin
What?
doctor.
oh,
Mausolus.
there we go.
Gain a
Pop fermenter in the
credit.
mausoleus.
Okay. Not not that bad of a face check.
All right, accessing 1 card, getting 7 credits. Surely you clear the tag here. There we go. And all right, so the first shot has been fired. Bravado into R&D. And how is Aksu going to respond? Too big to fail. Pretty good. Keep drawing, keep icing. All right. Outfit just chilling. Doesn't seem to be making any overt moves to try and score any agendas as of yet. But here we go. All right. So gamble into Mortulus for Essa. And so this could possibly be setting up for some kind of a Tashtushka play, which is very common among these sabotage runners. But Aksu, disregarding, doesn't want to double ice HQ or overprotect it, and finally puts another thing in the remote.
Yeah, I think
Could
now
be
is
a
kind of got to take advantage of the fact that all of these ice are not res. Like, oh, well, one of them at least is pseudo res now. What do we. Oh, no, not exposing. Never mind. I jumped the gun.
So this fermenter is sitting on 5 virus counters, so popping it would be go up to 10 credits, 12 if you pop it next turn. That's a pretty good value for a single credit cost program. But advanced 3 times score above the law, no targets for the treasure resource. What can you do? 2 points is 2 points. Access on the board.
Gotta take the sabotage for it as well, but yeah, 2 is 2.
Yeah, so it's in this particular case where the sabotage 1 clause on. Oh, we see Chastushka, all right, Afsha. All right, so still getting some kind of value out of that Afsha res, even though there's a bottlers on it. You make them lose 2 credits. Of course, one of them is bad publicity, but every little bit counts. And Chastuka sabotage 4. 2 from hand, 2 from the deck.
And if you have a time bomb, you can put it down now.
Anyway, so it was saying that sometimes the sabotage 1 clause on Marrow is not that important because sometimes when you are overdrawing to 6 cards in order to triple advance a 3-2 or something, sometimes you just end with 6 cards in hand anyway, and the sabotage makes you discard the card that you were already intending to discard. So that feels decent for the corp, just to dodge a sabotage trigger, so to speak. But here we have another run at HQ, Raindrops Cut Stone, getting value out of that lose 2 credit sub on Afsha.
Spin
Trashing
Doctor out of the
Spin
deal
Doctor.
too.
That's very good value.
And I mean, it of course makes sense that the final 2 cards would be something important after, what, 6 sabotage?
Yeah. All right. Afsha gonna fire 3 times in the same turn. And Reina accessing the last card, which is a too big to fail in Aksu's hand. And there it goes. So managing to clear out an entire hand from outbid in a single turn, just off of Chastushka and running HQ a bunch of times. All right, Aksu purging virus counters. Decides it can't handle that perimeter getting way too big.
I completely forgot that Too Big to Fail had a trash cost. Incredible.
It's too big to trash. What do you mean?
Oh.
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
apparently not.
Chastushka number 2. So there's going to be 13 face down cards in archives at this point.
That better be a bomb piece of ice on archives right now.
I mean, you've got to be like smacking your lips if you're Reina right now, haven't you? How many points do you think are in there?
Reina still needs a paperclip. Don't fix the barrier. That's how it counts.
Only MK Ultra. You're right. Only MK Ultra and Black Orchestra in the bin right now. So still needs like a fractal solution, most likely paperclip. But okay, here we go. Hard hitting news. Right. This is finally Aksu's play. That. All right, there we go. 4 tags on a runner. Now the question is if as the runner you expect that having only 1 card in HQ and 13 face downs, do you think you can get a boot?
I guess you just run HQ to find out.
Well, it's Too Big to Fail, so it'd be R&D, and they would have the chance to they'd have mandatory and
first click
click
draw. So
one.
yeah, they have 3 chances to have boom, 2 if you run HQ now. And that's probably what Reina's thinking about, right? She's calculating, what happens if I leave all 6 of these subs, of my credits up, just to not to have the luxury of not having to clear the tax. But here we go, Dirty Laundry HQ. All right. I mean, all right, Rashida.
That's big.
This one bad pup is putting in so much work on the runner side. Saved at least 5 credits already, actually. Oh, and Bravado comes in. All right. Let's see. Is there an ice? No relevant ice. Okay. All right. Project Atlas. Second Project Atlas. All right. Okay. Only 4 points. But we do see all the rest of the spin doctors in the bin. 2 snares, 2 spin doctors. And yeah, a bunch of ice. 2 trebuchets. So
That's
Counting
2 snares dodged.
11.
right. So the question now is, well, it's definitely too late to clear any tax, to dodge any kind of pool. So I guess Reina has decided, okay, you know what? It's time to go tag me. If Aksu has no ETR subs on R&D, you can just go in and trash the room as you see it. Centrals are pretty porous right now. Yeah, Aksu, first kick draw.
Second click draw. Game continues. I wonder if there's an end of the line that draw up saved from. Maybe I should be at 4.
That's a pretty good shout, actually. And Reina, the credit situation is pretty stabilized. For Metas taking back up to 3. But I mean, at this point, uh, clearing out all the tax is still probably like not realistic. I mean, do you, as the runner right now, do you feel that you are pressured to run R&D now? You still can only run HU once per turn.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Third Judge Dushka.
Well, if you only run it once per turn, you might as well make it count.
Right. Fair enough. Here we go. 4 more sabotage. And you see, all right, trash 3 cards from HQ. Now you gotta wonder what's that last card gonna be. Because I mean, there is a Black Orchestra in the heap. Reina can just check if she's so inclined. It's 3 to
yeah,
install,
it
3
could
to
be a
break.
boom.
3 to install, 3 to break, and 2 for the Afshar sub. 8 credits minus 1 for bad pup. 7 credits to check this last card in HQ. Is it worth it?
It could be a boom.
It could be.
I'm looking for Black Orchestra. There we go. Break up 2 code. You could do Orchestra on R&D, and that has the added benefit of maybe forcing Aksu to res the outer ice, spend a couple more credits to get out of boom range. But I mean, any card in HQ is danger.
Yeah, Reina's is sorry thinking. Of course, I mean it's definitely a tough decision. It is must be so tempting to think about, just running back and checking HQ, but it costs 7 credits. And even if you go R&D now, there's no guarantee that you're gonna pull winning agenda. It's like you have no multi access unless you find a finality or some of that something of that sort. And
Dirty
okay,
Laundry. Okay,
Aksu
yeah.
decides Dirty Laundry HQ. So this takes some of the economic sting out of that 7 credits. So you are going to end at something like, oh, okay, it's a hostile.
Okay.
Well, it's not a boom. Game continues.
I mean, it's 1 point, but it is also a bad pub that is not decreasing a regulatory capture. That's still going to be a while off before it's an actual problem, but
So you have to wonder, Aksu considered this hostile takeover relevant enough to be worth trashing 3 other cards for. And okay, game's not over. Single access on RD whiffs. Aksu draws. Still 4 cards face down from Sabotage. Then that Reina doesn't currently have access to. Of course, important to note, still no paperclip in the heap.
I
No
watched
access to.
Reina take the damage, go down to 2 cards, and access R&D with 2 snares and archives, and I
That
was
would be
sweating bullets.
that would be wild. Oh, the third snare. And it is not inconceivable that this deck does play 3 snares. We haven't seen like all that much influence. 2 hard hittings, 2 snares. Of course, the spin doctors.
That leaves room for the hard hitting, the third hard hitting, and the hard third snare. Maybe you can play
Okay,
something else just to throw them off, but
okay. Running hot plate, and we have found the paperclip. So R&D is archives is actually open for Reina right now. She has a full breaker suite, and uh, Aksu does not have enough money to res a Bulwark.
I wonder where the boom is. We haven't seen a single copy so far.
Yeah,
the boom is hidden deep within the decision to play with closed deck lists.
that's a pretty good answer, right? But
What are you talking
Reina,
about? I'm
Reina
not playing
now
boom.
5 clicks, 5 clicks and 3 potential centrals to run, taking the fermented credits up to 15, running server 1. No res. Border control, all right. Forcing the paperclip install. And border control pop. All right. And here we go, Gates. Third last click. Rashida, trash. 2 clicks left on Reina. I mean, you have to go. I mean, R&D. Do you disrespect the snare? I mean, any agenda other than the other hostiles wins you the game.
Being up 5-2,
Right. This decision. Last click running R&D.
okay. Fire unbroken subs, okay.
1 card access. This could be it. Ooh. Ooh, it's a
No.
hostile. Okay. Game's not over. First click draw. Game's still not over. At some point, you have to ask, maybe it's better to just advance this,
The
just to
Mausolus.
advance this Mausolus. Is it a thing? Economic warfare. Ooh. All right. So, I mean, is there ever a world where, I mean, Archives has 9 face downs? I mean, what are the odds that there are none in Archives? Surely you have to check here, right? As SR.
We have 17 cards and 12 missing points at the moment.
All right, Botulus comes down.
And raindrops for good measure. Not a Mausolus.
All right. Where boom.
We're asking the same thing, Aksu.
And there it is. 4 more points in archives. Oh,
Still no boom in
no
archives.
boom.
And the
What
third
a
snare.
8
There it is.
cards. Man. Oh, that's gotta hurt Aksu. Just having Reina in in the tag zone for so many turns on end, and and you're thinking just need to draw this boom. She only has one HQ access a turn, and then
How many
you get
copies, too?
sabotage for like 15, and still no boom, and they're still not drawing it. Oh.
There's a game going. Yeah, this one is going to be going on because this is the house of one pointers. I say that sounds derisive when I say it. I'm all about it. Running a deck that's just chock full of one pointers is extremely my jam. I'm into it.
And there's a Mausolus in PE of all things.
Oh, that's a good shout, Didn't catch that first. Well, to be fair, it does say do 1 net damage. And
That's
it also does give tags, which is something that you as a Jinteki player you may or may not be interested in. But Tempest does have, importantly, a false lead scored and still holding on to 1 House of Knives token. Maybe he wants to condense some prana at some point in the future.
Oh, I just realized. Earlier I was talking about false lead, and I'm pretty sure that I said that it had a counter on it, and that's not the case. I was thinking of House of Knives. False lead doesn't even have a counter. It's just sitting there in your score area, very quietly having a paid ability.
Very quietly, and
Don't look over here. Don't.
it's a pretty silent killer, when you think about it.
It's just a
Right?
false lead, right? Doesn't exist.
You thought I was scoring this to have points? No, get out of my server.
Right? Hokusai, Walroy. Yeah, things we've come to expect from this brand of PE. But Reuben Peters sitting on 15 credits and a single link does pay the trace for this warrant tracker, managing to keep his board and trashing out the entire server even. Costing this entire credit pool 15 credits down to 0 in an instant. And it's only a single IP on server 2. I don't know. But you've won a battle. One of the kids is gone, but there's still a whole lot of war left to go. Server 2, another card in it. And Reuben Peters, you know what? Take 4 credits. Go ahead. back onto Tempest. These two 1 point agendas sitting in his score area so innocuously, you know. But any moment, you know, if you encounter like an untimely snare or sting, uh, at any moment, you know, forfeit a false lead, and suddenly you've got a stew cooking, maybe with some. Um, I mean, do they even play Reaper function in this kind of deck?
I'm not entirely sure that this version does. I don't know. I've not seen the Warrid tracker. I feel like that one kind of sprang up, but maybe I wasn't paying attention to decks from last month enough. Yeah, I suppose I just important to note because I like talking about minutia of mechanics. False lead, you can't make them lose one click. It has to be two.
Right, right. So it is important. Oh,
Okay, well, it has to be
that's
a
a
multiple of two.
yeah. And you know what? 4 is a multiple of 2, and with 2 false leads now, Tempest can, you know, if they so choose, you know, I can forfeit 2 agendas and make Reuben skip the entire turn if that's a thing that they're interested in.
Scoring 2 3 zeros to make my opponent skip their turn. What
And
value? What a skateboard trick.
all right, here we go, Mausolus.
No,
And worth
Piranha's just
noting,
out there.
Tempest, yeah, yeah, he did res a product condenser naked on server 7. Right, Mausolus getting rest here. All right, so that's at least 1 Prana counter.
That is 2 Apox in the heap, I just noticed.
That's a very good point.
Looking for other 1 pinhole and a no free lunch.
All right, giving the runner a tag. Right, fires the House of Knives, not condensing the Prana. Interesting to note. And that was the first click. Tempest still has the option uh, to
Yeah, I
go
think
for
that's
any
the
false
reason
lead.
not to condense the prana, because you just go in and trash it. I think the benefit of prana installing it naked is it is 4 to trash. So that's not insignificant, and sometimes that's just all you can ask for is making the runner pay a trash cost.
Of course, of course. Uh, and I mean, trash costs in this deck are kind of chunky, aren't they? Healing is 4, Hokusai is 4, Prana is 4, Warrant Tracker is 4. I mean, that's just a lot of stuff for the runner to have to pay to trash.
We saw a full turn purge from Tempest. Just reset virus counters is the best use of the turn right now.
I mean, there's still one more apocalypse in the deck. We'll see if Reuben can muster enough economy to go through this Mausolus and this Anansi on R&D. And don't forget that that Tempest can forfeit one of these false leads if he feels like, you know, if he feels that Reuben is going to pull the trigger after Reuben's second click if he runs archives, let's say. But there we go. Hybrid release scored, installing a face down card and doing a net damage. Stargate gone. 8 hit points left for Hoshiko.
The second Stargate down to damage, yeah. One from last turn as well. Well, I mean, you're not look now that I see. Yeah, that's an Anansi on R&D. Who cares? Who cares about the Stargate? I'm not playing that.
I do wonder if there's some tag punishment since we haven't seen a lot of influence, like not all of it.
Mausolus 3,
Is
6.
it? It could wait. It is actually 6.
Oh
It
no,
is
we've
all
seen
4
all of
to
it.
10.
It's actually
We've
all
seen all of
15
it.
influence. Uh,
6 for Moid Tracker,
and
6
Spin
for
Doctors.
Mausolus, and the Spin Doctors. Yeah,
Yeah,
there they are.
yeah. I totally
Up by,
forgot about the spin doctors.
up by the runners cards, of course.
Right, Tempest making a new server 6, 2 eyes protecting. Only on 2 credits, but Jinteki has a whole bunch of annoying low credit cost eyes. Aiki, one of them, case in point. Right, and the second Aiki, ooh, that's. I mean, you got to be happy about the economic exchange if you're Tempest. One cost ice costing me 3 credits to go past, and that's a hybrid release. All right, 3 points for Reuben. Can't complain that
Was that
much, other than the fact that he's on 7 hit points left with only 3 points in the game.
There goes APOC 3.
I mean, Tempest only has 12 cards left in R&D, so the deck is getting thinner, and there's still 13 points left in the game somewhere. But I mean, can you afford to just keep checking server 6 over and over? It's not that expensive, but 6 credits a pop adds up, definitely. And here we go. Black Orchestra, pumping twice, breaking 2 subs, net damage and credit, so taking attack. So Reuben's probably also figured out where all the influence is, and he's like, oh, choosing to believe that it doesn't have any tag punishment. All right,
Oh.
single card access. Obokata Protocol, that's huge. 6 points on the board now for Reuben. Now we only need to see a single 1-pointer.
Out of H2. Ooh, that slaps.
Yeah.
Now.
What an epic pull from Reuben. I mean, he has 3 clicks left. Does he want to? I mean, he's going again. Okay. No time like the present, probably. All right. Breaking all the important subs, taking all the tags, no biggie. No. Single access with DNA tracker. And clicking for credits, 2 credits down on Reuben. Gain point. But only 2 cards left. But Tempest himself can't really score anymore. Can't really score anymore Gen's turn. All the hybrid releases are gone and only on 2 credits. Chooses to purge virus counters. Right.
I feel like you shoot for the Obokata now that it's out of range, but I mean, is Plunderbird in the chat bringing up the false lead. Skip the turn. It's risky because it's like you can score the oboe to win the game, but if you use those false leads, you're gonna have to go a little bit further than that. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying that's a difficult decision, and I don't know which way you'd go.
Right. Now Tempest double installing server 2, server 6, offering Reuben a choice. Do you think either of these are agendas? If you do, which one? And is it going to be door number 1 with 1 IQ or door number 2 with 2? And there is also the small fact that Sting is also lethal on this board state. If scored by Tempest, of course.
Oh yeah. Sting. Yeah. Server 2, I would say Obokata perhaps. And then server 6, anything else. Maybe another Obokata. I don't know. Going into HQ, okay.
Reuben says, I don't believe you. I don't think
gotta
either of these
request
are
see the
agendas.
bin.
Paying 6 credits for this Mausolus break. All right. We know at least one of these cards is a DNA tracker. The other two are completely unknown.
Also, there's only 4 1-pointers left in the deck.
Obokata access. Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Reuben will decide to not pay to steal Obokata Protocol.
Ten cards
Never would
left
have
in
seen
our
that.
Reuben still has the option. Okay, decided not to go for it. Decided not to try and YOLO run server 2 for whatever reason. Okay, so Rashida on the board.
Install advance.
Install advanced events.
Have it. What's it take to get through that Anansi on a Hail Mary?
On a Hail Mary,
Where's
no way around it. It has to cost 9 credits off of MK Ultra because you die if you don't break all 3 subs. The good news is with fermented credits, it's exactly 9. You could Hail Mary this, and then just you have the ability to take at least 2 net damage off of assorted Ikes or Mausolus or whatever you want, whatever you like to run through. So it is perfectly possible for Reuben to get accesses on 2 centrals this turn.
Oh, false lead.
False lead.
really? Okay. Both of them.
All false leads. All right. That's very interesting. Oh. Okay. It wasn't the Obokata.
Ah. I see. Tempest also realized. Oh wait, Sting is lethal on this board. Hang on.
I mean, he's just so good at the Jinteki mind games. He mind game himself. I mean, he's like, this is definitely Obokata, right? You can't get it. You can't get in here, and then oh wait, it isn't an Obokata.
That was a game.
Oh, well played by both players, and congrats to Tempest for making it into the grand finals, I guess. And yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Which that means that Tempest is the first recipient of the CBI invite for this particular event. Yes, I do think so. That's very nice. The loser bracket finals, and winner of this one also gets a CBI invite. So, just your normal stakes. Uh,
Ban PE is my only impression.
and I mean, I think we should just get into it because the game is starting. You lose it.
Raindrops onto a gatekeeper. That's a big trade. What do we do? Drop to 3.
Roughly shuffling
Fine.
and offload. That's okay, considering the cop is that PD brings PD down to 2 credits, and you do get to draw 2 cards off of that. So, I mean, even though you do have to get a gatekeeper fire, I'd say Reina is not that unhappy about that trade. And
Yeah, I
of
think
course, this is still turn one, click one. Plenty of game to go, and there we go. Postulus goes down, and you run back. Ooh, that's exciting. Breaking and the run.
gonna let them draw more.
Draw 6 cards in one turn of the same gatekeeper. Reina saying, you can have all your 6 cards. You have only 2 credits to play them with. But Reuben only draws 2 cards. Right. It's a man of
Ah,
principle and moderation right there. And for her efforts, Reina gets the Rashida trash. So again, pretty good trade. Oh,
Hang on. What's the card? Hang on.
and we go with a last click. Running hot. This might be the longest turn one I've ever seen.
Last click running hot is a redundancy. It just now hit me. You can never play running hot as your last click.
Oh, running hot into run HQ score offload office. All right. Okay.
Void Deco back? Yeah. Okay.
All right. You know what? I mean, I'm glad we got into this game exactly on time, because if we had got here even on exactly turn 2, we would have missed so much.
Yeah. Turn 1 running hot. I'm about it.
All right. So Reuben now kind of in a pretty awkward spot, don't you think? I mean, you do have a gatekeeper rest, but there's a botulus on it, so it's by no means a bulletproof protection. Your Rashida's gotten trashed, and there it goes. Overinstall, take 2 credits. Up to 4 credits now. And it's just gonna feel pretty bad. You enter your turn 2 and you're kind of in a worse spot than you were when you started turn 1. And straight away, Reina, not wasting any time, sure gamble, and install Marrow, hitting Steel
Oh.
Skin, and then
oh,
third click Stargate. Wow,
Oh,
not
that's
pulling any
a
punches.
that's a tough choice there, but I think it's got to be border control.
yeah.
Yeah. Just I'm not entirely sure that was a tough choice, but
All right,
I think
Reuben.
we saw Eli and what was the other one? Tranquility Hope.
Tranquility Bridge,
Tranquility.
After that.
Yeah.
which I mean, you can safely assume that those are the 2 cards that just went down. I mean, if you're Reina, you just hit that Stargate again, first click.
Force him to spend 3 credits to Resin Eli potentially that you can just click through and still get the Stargate trigger, and then
Yeah.
also be able to run archives if you need to. I think that's fine. I think that's the
I mean,
kind of
this is
pressure that you really want to apply right now.
it's just guns blazing from turn 1 for the SR deck. It's very, very impressive pressure. Okay, first click Dirty Laundry. Hitting, okay. So the Sabotage
Spin
got a
Doctor
Spin
in there.
Doctor.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Good hits. And
So do you check R&D? Do you Stargate or do you check server 2? I mean, you'd like to trash
I
this
mean, server
Tranquility if you
2
could.
is
All right. The decision is still
R&D it is.
second click Stargate. Eli. All right.
You
You
could
click
bounce
through.
off of it actually
You
as
could
well.
bounce. All right.
Yeah.
Bounce is the call. 1 credit left on Reuben. You go back for
Uh,
server 2. Check
go
HQ.
to server
The rewards
two,
are always there.
trash the trank grid. I think is the call. Just that a long-standing trank grid from like turn 2, turn 3 is way too much economy. I think. Yeah.
All right. And there we go. Reuben Peters, 3 eyes on the board, but only 1 credit to his name.
Yeah,
The good news
that's the
is,
reason I would say go in, is because that 1 credit is enough to put the trank grid online.
yeah, yeah. And I mean, it's not, I mean, again, it's not really in a great spot, but, and it's just click for 3 credits. So that's not going to feel good. I mean, if you can find some way to, slow down the runner. I mean, Eli does go a good way towards that, and Reina has decided, it's worth clicking through. Ooh,
Vitruvius. Ooh.
drafter,
There it
Vitruvius,
is.
Managan. I mean, do you take the drafter? I think you can make a case for all 3 of these trashes.
Yeah, that's a genuinely tough decision. Because you spend the clicks, drafter. Ooh, yeah,
Okay.
I can buy that.
All right. So trashing the ice is the call. I mean, none
Which
of these
means the
cards actually
Vitruvius is in
make money
hand
for the
now.
court. So, you know, okay. Reuben survived another turn of the Stargate. 6 cards in hand now. Another install. All right. Credit, credit. I mean, could this be the Vitruvius? Reuben is on Fairchild 3 Econ now. That's notable.
Install, gain 2 credits. So Managarm's the top of R&D. I mean, you're likely to find something else that you want to trash there. We know where 4 points are.
All right. First click border
Yeah.
control. First click run remote border control files.
Okay.
Reuben's down to 3 credits now. You do get a small rebate on that border control. I mean, the absolute best thing that could be in that remote right now for Reuben is probably a regolith mining license. But I mean, could it be? I mean, should you definitely rest? Do you rest to protect the Vitruvius here? I mean, do you even install that Vitruvius if you're Reuben? Maybe it's still in hand.
I could see a reason for jamming it in and popping the border control in here. Gonna click through the E line to do R&D. Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
Track grid, hedge fund. All right, that's econ.
Ooh. I
And
think
this is kind of the point where you really wish you knew what was in server 2, because if that's a trend grid, you definitely trash hedge fund, right?
No,
yeah, I mean,
there's we know all the 3 trank grids now.
uh the
Oh, you're
one
right. There's two in archives. That's the last trend grid on that just been drawn by Reuben. Oh,
double
it
seamless.
is.
Okay.
Mm.
It's
All
the
right. And it's an offload office,
Oh,
not the Vitruvius. All right. All right, Reuben's not
that's
out of this yet. He's back in it.
yeah, that's the agenda. I think that you don't often want more than a 4-2 Vitruvius, but off-world's just fine in this situation.
Right. Back up to 8 credits. And worth noting, it was a double seamless, so you do get the extra click back to install another card in server 2. And this one is most likely got to be the Trangrid, the last Trangrid in the game. And now Reina, you got to be thinking she's got to pump the brakes a little bit here. First click one archives. Looks like it discarded the fetch out 3 of the sabotage. And of course, the timer
Oh,
goes down.
seamless. There's the
Right.
Vitruvius with the counter. Okay.
Okay. Well, from 2 points down to 2 points up in 2 turns flat. Reuben definitely making a game of it. But Reina, what does she have left in the tank? The call is just a Stargate again. All right. Gatekeeper, Biotic, Fairchild.
Oh, I think you touched the biocheck here.
All right. Gatekeeper's the call though. Biotic drawn. First click drawing that Fairchild.
Drawing an
Second click
untamed
drawing a
one.
fresh card. Last click install server 2. I mean, surely is the last tranquility. I mean, that's what we said the last turn before that. I mean, the aggression of the first couple of turns out of this SR deck seems to have like dried up more or less. Spending a couple of turns clicking through Eli for Stargate triggers. Not really paying them much dividends in terms of agenda points. And in fact, now it's Reuben that's ahead.
Yeah, I think that Reina really needs to scour for the barrier breaker here. Like the Eli and the border control, like you can get through the hello. That's a card.
That's a luminal, but it's also a spin doctor.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, that's a spin doctor as well. Okay. Some days.
I mean,
It's great.
it feels bad to let him have the spin doctor, right? Because
He's not gonna draw it. Leaving that luminal.
all right.
Dicing R&D. Okay.
I mean, it is worth pointing out that there is a biotic in hand somewhere, and a Vitruvius counter to take back that luminal. As and when Reina decides to make that
Seamless.
archives run. But a sabotage tree is coming. And that's why that's maybe why Reina decided to leave that spin doctor, because she knew that the time bomb was ticking out. And that the sabotage, if you choose not to trash your card in hand, you're voluntarily trashing your own spin doctor. It's offering Reuben the choice.
Oh yeah. Full of flaws pointing out here the Vitruvius counter for the luminal.
Right. Right. Reina reinstalling Meru just for the sabotage trigger. I mean,
Yeah,
you have to go here, right?
if you
Red
No,
draw.
can't
she's
get
also
through,
running
just
pretty thin.
11 cards in R&D for Reuben. So this is by no means over, even though he kind of has this remote locked up.
there goes
All
the
right.
Vitruvius into to take the luminal back. Yeah.
So
Which
what are the cards in
biotic
hand for
and
Reuben? It's a biotic and a luminal. And that's all we know, probably.
is it still? There is a biotic. I suppose there could have been two, but I'm not sure.
And there's the paperclip entering the bin.
All right. But Reina still extremely tight on econ at the current moment. It's 4 to install. It's 4 to install and some number of credits to break, 3 to break Eli, 2 for border control. All right. So the Luminal is installed in server 2, which is probably an indication that the other face down card is some kind of defensive upgrade, Skunkworks or Anoetic Void. We have seen one Anoetic Void, maybe the second.
Yeah, I was thinking about this actually earlier. We saw that above the log it scored, and the text was it's a 3-2 because there were no resources on the field. And in that same cycle we have luminal transubstantiation.
Quite possibly the best agenda in the entire game.
It's up there.
It is pretty up there. I mean, HB doesn't have any shortage of good agendas. Shout out to Project Vacheron.
Rip. Pouring out. Vacheron.
All right. So Reuben drew 2 and gained a credit off of the Luminal. On Reina's turn, 3 credits, 8 cards in R&D, and
What?
4 in HQ, if that's your jam. All right, first click.
5 in HQ would be biotic install, gain the 2. Triple advance.
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
Oh,
just Dushka.
there is the ice here.
Ooh, phew. All right, Gatekeeper fires and the run, drawing 3 cards off of the sub. Are you shuffling any of these back? No. No shuffle back. All right, 2 credits now, but
Does this
5
deck
cards in
have...
R&D.
Is Reuben on bifurcation?
No, it's all
Probably.
2-pointers in the GFI.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, Reina just took credits. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
But
Reuben's
now,
on 2 right now. Like, can't do much himself.
I mean, you could just try and start it again. Surely, it's only 4 cards in R&D.
Um, wouldn't have been able to get through the Eli. That was click 3.
Yeah, last turn you could. Last turn you couldn't. But,
Yeah.
4 cards left in R&D. Installed in server 2. Could this be it?
Yeah, there should be one seamless in hand. I don't know if that's enough for a GFI, but everything else is
Everything
good.
else is fair game.
Yeah, 2 seamless in archives, so...
And even if you res a Monogam on server 2 right now, it's still. And Reuben still has enough credits and clicks left over to be able to seamless Vitruvius, or even if it credits. Oh, okay. I mean, the PD deck is walking a pretty razor's edge right now because if Essa has any kind of burst econ, Reina could very well be able to get into this border control remote. Paperclip is available, it's only a matter of credits. If maybe an overclock play happens.
Trying to think
All
of
right.
how unknown
Next
that
up,
ice on R&D is.
you see a bunch of ice in archives already. Two gatekeepers, the third is out. Drafter, two drafters cancel.
So I'd assume
We've
that's
seen
a
a
Crisium grid
Fairchild
that
at
went
least.
down.
Or both of, in theory, both of them could be monogams. Sorry, or one monogam and one agenda. Possible.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do believe all the influence is accounted for with this two border controls, one anoetic void, spin doctors, and we assume GFIs, right?
There's
Border controls. Border controls 3. Okay, yeah. So that puts us at 13. So 2 GFIs.
Very possibly. So, but but Reuben only has access to one seamless launch, which means the credit margins of this are going to be extremely fine. If
I believe we saw a Crisium grid as well, right? In Reuben's deck in a previous game.
That could be instead of 2 GFIs.
or
One
instead of the third
GFI and a
spin, for
Crisium.
example.
Or the third spin. Yeah, we've only seen 2 of them.
Reina thinking, yeah,
This is the turn where you gotta
this
stop
is
and think.
definitely the turn. I mean, she has very limited resources, and she needs to figure out best the best way to utilize them. And I mean, it's definitely not clear which direction to go. Do you challenge the remote? Do you go back to try and Stargate again? First click draw, second click draw, 2 clicks left. Third click draw. Goes to all right.
Just in case there's another chance to play it, but 5 is again enough to biotic with a Trent grid.
I mean, this could be it.
I would have to imagine after all of those. Oh, nope, it is that was an off-world in there. So probably Managarm then in the
Yeah.
Good games. Well fought by Reina. Trying to come back from that, just not finding a good place to get the breakers early. Just not finding them soon enough. And I think that Eli was too tempting to
Too
break
tempting to
through.
not to click through like multiple times in succession, and that probably that tempo ended up costing the game in the end, in hindsight. But of course, it's easy to say because if those if those target hits had been agendas, we could be saying a very different story right now.
Yeah, it's exactly like it was only like it's only questionable because of what actually happened, right? So but no, really really well played by both of them. Just clean PD going on there. One more game?
Right, and so finals is a Reuben Peters against Tempest, the rematch.
That's auspicious. All right, now, how many players use poker chips as their credits? I'm just saying.
I mean, it's definitely not uncommon. I think most players would have seen at least somebody that's playing with poker chips. I mean, at least once, you know.
I mean, Dan D played poker chips, right? Didn't in Billions when they played Netrunner in the hit TV show Billions? I still can't believe that's real. Were they using poker chips? I think so.
I don't recall. No, that was
It's
quite
been
a
a
while
while
ago,
since
wasn't
I've seen exactly that clip and no more of that show.
it?
Before I forget, Jai, did you ever come up with what the third advanceable upgrade is?
Oh, that's an excellent point. No, actually.
Oh, it's the NBN where you can put an advancement counter on it, or no?
uh,
No.
Vladismirsk is the third upgrade or advanceable upgrade in
so the
Netrunner.
second is
Biovault
Biovault, and
was.
yeah, I couldn't figure out what was the first. Uh, oh,
I'm not sure which order it goes in, but just think about that. We got a hybrid release stolen already, which is fine.
good
Way to
start
take a
for
net
Hishiko, I
damage.
guess.
Deuce is wild due to net damage. That'll happen.
So, I mean, for all audience and watchers in chat, do bear in mind that this is if Reuben Peters wins this game, he will have to play the flip side against Tempest runner, as he is coming from the lower bracket. Tempest only needs to win one game to be crowned this accelerator meta test April champion. Reuben will need to win 2 games in a row. I mean, but here we have Tempest getting out to a pretty hot econ start wise. 2 hedge funds. I think he's probably not too bummed about getting this hybrid release hit. It's only a 1 pointer in the grand scheme of things, you know. Six more net damage to go. All right, no virus access. Interesting.
Wondering, I don't know actually how reliant Reuben's deck is on virus counters. Like, would that be better to just leave on the field? But I don't know how often you're going to go into archives and how much it's going to make a difference if that's the case. But I don't know. Just something I'm thinking.
And we do see the third hedge fund camera for Tempest, 17 credits available, and a new remote installed with eyes on top. But of course, I mean, Reuben, no slouch in the econ department himself, with a liberated account and a daily casts. But I'm sure we've all seen like how fast those credits can start draining away when they're forced to challenge the kind of warrant tracker remotes, and so on and so forth, and having to trash keylings and hokusais and all that nasty stuff.
Pay double digits for a gatekeeper break.
Oh yeah, never forget. Oh,
Twice
that's
even.
a con coming up from Hoshiko. Second daily cast and the Fermenter as well. House of Knives.
Oh no, my breaker's been trashed due to net damage. Oh.
Right. So one point on the board for both players. Of course, House of Knives a lot more relevant to PE. Reuben stealing a sting,
Okay.
correct? Trashing Mad Dash. 2 points. Can't be too unhappy again, but once again, cards in hand, cards in the deck. I mean, all very relevant metrics in this kind of like PE, like attrition grinder matchup, especially when the Keelings and Obukadas involved.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're gonna start seeing the Doomsday assets rest anytime now.
Yeah, you haven't really gotten that many like information gaining accesses off of Hoshiko. Mostly, if you just run 2 times, trash and virus, scored a couple 1 pointers. No real information on what could be in servers 2 and 3. Although, you there is always the temptation to just, keep on poking R&D, maybe slam a Stargate if got it in hand.
And you called it.
Hey, what do you know? It's a good card. Make it run R&D. Snare, DNA tracker, Fukusai Grip. I mean,
DNA tracker just for being an ice, maybe? I don't know. The snare, getting rid of the snare seems pretty tempting.
disarming snare is always good. But ice is ice, and
Well, look, if you trash the DNA tracker, you can just make another run back into R&T and trash the snare with that
you can trash
access.
them manually. Yep, always an option.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, DNA tracker is the choice. So the mandatory draw is snare. So HU a little bit less appealing to run now. And ooh, that's a lot of knives.
We're going through a housing crisis right now. People are just really unable to find good places at good prices, and we have corporations just buying up houses and filling them with knives. They need to stop this.
Right. So Reuben, second click Stargate. You do wonder if maybe there we go. Yeah, Hokusai Aki false lead. I mean, is it ever a decision point to trash Aiki and just go back twice for
Trash and steal, honestly.
it's possible, but I mean that's a lot of knives standing in between you and you and that false lead.
Maybe that is the play.
All right. Okay.
I
The
th-
the first knife runs into some steel skin. Very cool.
the old negative knife. Classic.
The knife going the other way. And spin Doctor Rest. Okay. Last click spin Doctor Rest. Drawing the false lead.
Which means Obakata on the top now, right?
And another Hokusai Trash. All right. Back to back Hokusai Trashes off the top of R&D. And Spin Doctor is shuffling Ice back into the deck. Okay, very understandable. And more installs coming out of Tempest. I mean, surely one of these has got to be the
False
false lead,
lead.
yeah. And possibly another one is the snare. Pick your poison.
If that's a Nancy on an agenda, plus the 2 House of Knives, barring another steel skin scarring, that's not, you're not getting them there. But
That's very true. And worth noting, Paperclip and Black Orchestra in play, but not MK Ultra. All right, Uses Walk, draw expose, DNA tracker on server 2.
oh,
It is an option to go in. You do have the breaker for it. Make a run.
that's well, now 7 cards in hand. Yeah, I mean,
You do have options. Okay. Checking server 4 is the play. Is it a snare? It is a spin. Okay. Getting 2 spins fired. Can't really complain too much about that one. And clicklessly even. 2 hedge funds back into R&D. 3 clicks left on Reuben. R&D still wide open for that Stargate. But maybe you feel like trying to check one of these to find the house of not the house, the false lead. Pardon me.
well, we know that that's DNA tracker. Resing that would take Tempest down to 4.
4 credits, and would cost
6
6 to
for
break with Black Orchestra, which is honestly not the most terrible of deals. Better than 9 for.
I think it costs 9 to fully break it.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is 9 because you only break 2 per activation. But all right, that appears to be the play. Access Sting. All right. Taking 2 net damage. Just nice, going down to 5 crit. Going down to 5 cards, not having to discard, and the last click will be Stargate.
And
And
another
small.
steel skin.
All right.
oh,
Oh, this is interesting now. Rashida, Hokusai, Keeling. Well, none of these actually end any runs. All right. Trashing the Rashida. Trashing the card with the least trash cost. That's
yeah. Well, it was the one that was going to be drawn and didn't have another click to go back in. So I
yeah.
get it. The leaving the Keeling is less than comforting, but
I might use the word regrettable, but probably
these
necessary.
are the choices you gotta make.
All right. So server 2, server 3. Sorry, server 2 and R&D. So most likely it's Hokusai on this R&D.
Could be a war to prevent the Stargate.
That's very true. Either way. All right. Trashing that thick fermenter, 12 credits. Dirty Laundry R&D. That's the highest value play probably. Oh, and the third House of Steel Skin. All right, the Hokusai Grid.
Wow.
And the MK Ultra hit. Oh, these knives are not really. All right. Hokusai Trash. And unless I missed my guess, the top card of R&D was Healing, wasn't it? So that's opting not to trash Healing. Okay. And Tempest is like, this guy is definitely, he's 100% out of Steel Spin Skies. It's time to trash everything. All right.
Getting rid of the
Stargate trashing
Rashida again.
Rashida. Right. Leaving the Anansi. Not really any econ left, left access to Tempest to res it. And there's still very likely falsely just sitting around, maybe in server 2, maybe still in HQ, just lying around. And it could be in server 2, and Tempest could score it out this turn, but it goes to 0 credits, and that's just open season against the Stargate. Reuben with only 2 cards installed, but that's more than enough. All right, first action, first click draw. Installing on R&D.
That's got to be the Anansi, right?
Surely. I mean, if you haven't installed any ice before this, why install now unless it's the ice you just drew? Worth noting, Apocalypse. One Apocalypse is down on the side of Reuben. Still 2 more to go.
2.
Oh, 2? 2. I am blind. All right. But anyway, first click will be Stargate.
Oh.
Third Spin Doctor as well.
But it is hedge fund, and Tempest is on 4 credits. It's a very tempting trash.
Yeah, I think.
And he can just run it back twice. Trash, Warroid, and Spin.
Yeah, that's definitely the play. Well, there's
okay, Fortuneless. Not a bad shout. Still leaving yourself open to go with being able, giving yourself the option to go through this Anansi. And lastly, Chill Gamble. Still in a very healthy spot econ-wise, and Tempest this game really hasn't been able to get his asset engine and upgrades on his servo of death really off the ground at all whatsoever. And in return with 4 credits. I mean, this is likely another Hokusai, you would think. Or it could be a Warwick tracker.
Probably there at Tempest did draw, so this is probably the Spin Doctor and
that's
the.
And that's
so
there goes the last spin.
Warrior, yeah.
Shuffling 3 hedge funds, of course. Now do you run back R&D, force the war at rest? You do have enough money to contest the trace. Mausolus. All right. That's going to be
that's
1
all
damage.
credits. Oh.
Yeah. You could, in theory, pay 6 to deny that 1 net damage and 1 credit. Okay, and that's going to be the choice from Reuben, taking attack. Proceeding. Healing in HQ. Not really what you want to be trashing right now, I think. And last click for Reuben. Stargate is the call. No credits to trash or to rest Warrior Tracker, so this is his best chance. Alright, Prana Condenser, healing, false lead. It is a point, in theory, and no more spins.
Yeah, nothing. Well, I might be thinking of a different deck that I saw running Simulation Reset. I don't think that PE would bother with such recursion. Maybe they would. I don't know.
Right. So install credit. So in terms of installs, this could be the Prana Condenser. Of course, Tempest is leaving themselves up the Warwick Tracker credits, but Reuben is still in a reasonable enough econ situation that and he can kind of afford to pay the trace. And that Anansi on R&D is so far away.
In a way, when Prana is on the board, all the counters on House of Now has just become 3 credits.
That's actually an excellent point. So it's technically an econ card. Well, only in terms of at the expense of net damage, so to speak. If you are unable to protect the prana, of course. But it is the prana in server 7, and it will be trashed by Reuben, so that option is off the table. Three clicks left on Reuben. Still a multitude of options for him. He could go back into R&D, or I mean, if he is feeling frisky, he could Stargate back if he doesn't really care about the war tracker. But you have to imagine he is at least considering what his options are in relation to maybe trashing it, or maybe going into another server entirely. But the option will be
That's
running
basic.
R&D straight.
Yep, there's the Warroid. Again, Tempest down to 0 creds for that.
I wonder if Reuben could have just ran into Mausolus to install the other Black Orchestra and then trash Void by trashing the orchestras.
Oh, but Reuben didn't trash the war, right? Very interesting. Okay, so this is an interesting call. So Reuben choosing to leave the war right on the table, possibly because he wants to make some kind of apocalypse play in the new future. I mean, and his feeling is that it's fine. I'll just leave the warrant here. Everything's going away very soon, regardless.
Yeah, it's 3 to stop it because of the extra link, which is nice. Yeah, I would have to imagine 15 cards left, and one of them is another APOC, so yeah. There's always potential.
And not to mention there are 4 face down cards in archives. They just slowly build up over the turns. No sabotage involved, just pure just clicking,
And a
clicking for
face-up
credits
falsely.
and discarding. But Tempest, at long last, makes it to hedge fund. It's been a long, painful few turns for him. But
finally, somebody thought of the business. Kind of funny, honestly, that false lead is an agenda in archive, and it is explicitly just false lead. Like that's not even a call; it's just there.
right, Reuben running R&D, crashing. Okay. And of course, now that he's in a better econ situation with this,
Yes,
all
I
the
was
Oh.
thinking it. I didn't want to say it out loud, but there it is. Let's just
all
draw a
right,
couple cards.
and this could
Oh.
very well be it. House of Knives.
Oh
Oh,
wait,
the false
the
lead.
false
That is
lead!
game.
Oh, he did it.
False
Third
lead, the
time was
one true
indeed the
lead.
charm.
Oh, it's always, it's the clutch obokadas. You just need to steal one, and then the game feels so much closer to victory. I mean, 4 net damage is a big hit, but it's better than having to slog through one pointer after one pointer after one pointer. And
Oh,
I mean,
Ru-
Ruben's. I mean,
there was still the
Ruben's.
one knife left, which was the draw. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. And it was. I mean, let's not forget that Ruben, he met Tempest in round one, got swept by Tempest in round one, met Tempest in round two of the top cut, and lost again with this same matchup against the same deck. And now, and he's done it. He's beaten Tempest for the first time, and now he has the chance to complete the run back by winning the second game as Corp.
That's right. What as they said it in Canada at Worlds, you know, after three and a half straight days of playing Netrunner on Monday when people are in the hotel lobby playing Netrunner, we came to do one thing and one thing only. Let's get all the games in here we can.
Yeah, Dr. Get says in the chat, comfortable 8 cuts left. Yeah, I mean, not very often you get to see uh, runner beating Jinteki PE with such a healthy amount of HP left. Usually you're in the you usually can only count those on one hand. Right. The last chance for both of these players. Winner, of course, both of these players have already gotten invited to the CBI. Let's not forget, but the winner of this game is the winner of the April Accelerator Meta Test. And here we see, of course, Reuben with the new remote with ice and hedge fund, Tempest with the no fear, first click running, and no res on Reuben even after the hedge fund. And it's a tranquility grid. And
Leaving the tranquility grid.
leaving
Okay.
it. Tempest drawing, installing Pallet Deployment, and a fermenter. All right, pretty decent start.
All right, it's turn 2. I think it's time we get the tranquility home grid value rolling.
That's right.
I think it's been long enough.
Okay. I mean, 100% value so far. Isaac R&D, 3 cards in hand. Accesses are available for Hishiko if she wants them. Let's see what the call is. And okay, I am actually dying to know now that the action has settled a bit. What was that third advanceable upgrade?
The one that will put a smile on your face.
Yeah, go on, hit me. I've waited long enough. It's 11:49 p.m. here.
It's defense construct.
Defense construct. All right. Very cool.
Have you? Do you the art? Are you looking at it, or does it?
All right. Don't mind me.
Just look at something up.
What am I looking at? This is some kind of
This card's fake. You can't convince me.
a Ready Player One homage or something.
Is this game net? Oh,
But anyway,
there's the first
getting
seamless
back to the
launch.
game. Not one but two. Two heinous informants down for Tempest. Can't really complain about that. But Reuben has got his own tricks. He's got down that Vitruvius with token. And more as well on the board, as well as Armor Club. Wow, it's an impressively fast start for Tempest. Just
Yeah,
needs to
this
get
is
those accesses. But Reuben, of course, not wasting any time, icing up all the relevant servers. Gotta make Tempest work for those accesses, work for those Aeneas and more and Armor triggers. And of course, you can farm more of archives, provided there's no viruses in there. But that's a far cry from being able to get the rest of your Dex engine going.
yeah. It definitely, I mean, something that is very strong for Amakua. Just always feels bad because NES does not also work for cards and archives. But some days you just need to run for 2 virus counters.
Oh, but here we
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
And you technically profit off of this run on server one because it's only costing you 1 credit on Omakua, but uh, you're gaining 2 from each because of the Anus informants, because of this Tranquility home grid. So it's a very valid way to farm both your virus counters as well as your more triggers and gain credits at the same time. But here we go, icing up our archives as well. Reuben's had enough. Right. All right, Skunk works. Uh, reasonably countering and slowing down the Omokwa engine, but of course, at the
Oh,
cost of. All right,
it took me a second. I
and
was like, "You're gonna pay to get into the Managarm." I don't quite. Oh yeah,
yeah,
I see
yeah,
why you might
Yeah,
want,
2 credits
want
and the more trigger is pretty good.
come
yeah,
touch these
but
cards. Just
Ruben immediately after securing all servers, instantly purges Omokwa now back to 0. Now, it's the hard part for Tempest when all servers have been iced and trying to find a way back in to kickstart
that's
the engine once again.
hopefully that'll help. But that the leech, you have to build that with successful runs as well. So
And Devil Charm. All right, that's one way to start. Bring on ice down to 0. Let it get you can total through it one time, and maybe that one time's all you need. All right, draw, install. 8 credits now. So Tempest has the ability to get through basically any one ice. And border controls that it's currently going to be a border control. Do you Devil Charm this? No, it's not the card.
No.
All right. That was door number 1. R&D archives still available. All right.
okay,
Archives is not a
that's
rest.
foot in the door.
All right. So now you can get in through border control. And once you can get in through any relevant central, uh, you have the ability to kickstart your virus engine, get your anus triggers. But Ruben is thinking about this rest now. It's another border control. Okay. And it's a reglyph, an additional 2 credits on the top. And there it goes. So the server 1 has been breached, but the good news for Reuben is that he manages to get off a regolith. Although slightly painful because he had to click for 1 credit first. So only get to get it twice. But here comes Tempest back with the run back on server 1.
Triple informant on Tempest side. We got the
Oh,
whole cleaning
good.
crew.
Good grief. So this is like a net of 5 credits a run. All right. Not bad. You got a money printer over here. Oh, this is just filthy, isn't it? Up to 22 credits. Starting their turn with 8, ending with 22. All right, seems pretty good value.
Stock sell back for.
I mean, trashing the Paladin pommel, your services are no longer required. Right. So what does Reuben do now? I mean, in theory, you're still technically able to get a pseudo lockout if you get a purge and get enough credits to res your eyes and archives. But I mean, just the econ on the runner side is so incredibly overbearing. Just having uh, two cards with trash costs in a server and 6 credits a run.
Yeah, just taking the trip to see the mining in the home grid and just getting paid for it. Absurd amounts. This is an accounting error.
Surely.
The biotic, theoretic, potentially an HQ. I mean, we don't know anymore, but ooh, off-world.
Oh,
Okay. Getting paid for this R&D run seems pretty good, and scoring points off of it. Oh, but this is, I mean, it's extremely rough spot for Reuben. Is it what? I mean, what is the option here against like this triple anus engine with an armor core on top? You have to get a resolve a purge somehow, and you need to survive these couple of turns against the maul, against the wake implant before you can get a purge out. And here we go, challenging server 1 now.
Didn't even
does
pop
not
the spin
press the
doctor.
spin
No,
doctor?
that's very interesting. And last click border control. Running the border control, I should say. And leaving anything for it. All right, and there it is, the purge. So finally, with 16 credits, you can finally rest the archive size, but Tempest goes straight back in with a Botulus. Lets you kickstart the engine all over again. There we go. Tranquility revealed, gain 3 credits, more trigger,
It's going back in,
and
yeah.
the first virus counter back on Omicron. Here we go again. Accessing 2 cards, the top card, Anointed Void, gain 3 credits, don't mind me.
Oh, the speed at which this wake implant is charging.
It's absolutely filthy. I mean, of course, it does come back to the speed at which the entire engine came down for Tempest,
Yeah.
and the fact that these border controls are so low strength that all you need is one breach on any central, and Amoka is ready to go back again. So
Yeah,
it's extremely difficult to get a permanent lockout.
yeah,
But
border
okay, fair
control
job to you.
showing its strength as the sack to stop the run, not the stay there to stop the run. Not saying it was like the incorrect choice. It was probably the only choice for a while, so
All right, anything Void?
just gonna stop that to keep the server alive, yeah.
All right.
I gotta.
And third click laundry archives. Bunch of face down cards. No agendas, but
Uh-oh.
we saw most of these
There's
cards
the
Oh.
already.
G5.
Oh, it is a GFI. Right. So 6 points on the board of a 10%. I mean, it is an uphill battle to climb for Reuben. I mean, he scored this Retrievers with a counter early on, but hasn't really found a window to put anything down in the remote just because of the speed of which this Amoka can charge.
Vitruvius counter might have been able to pull a GFI back in, but I don't even know if that would have been good. Like, because that'd just be sitting in HQ. Another purge. Is that purge 3?
It feels like Purge 3.
That's purge 3.
I mean, it does suck to have to purge in this situation, but you are really limited on options as Ruben. The fact that, I mean, just any access, and here comes the paperclip. Now Omoko is not even necessary. Just get
Yeah.
any access, and it doesn't matter you steal it or not because it's getting trashed. Your hand's gone. You gain 3 credits from informants, and now you can even go back and trash that spin if you're so inclined.
Or
Or yeah, well,
just look at it again, think about it, and get rich doing so.
right. Another card in silver one, and another ice over the top. I
Can
mean,
we
you
get
hope that with
a glacier
only
out in
2
time?
Omokwa tokens, you can formulate some kind of defense against the current rig, but it's such an uphill battle with a hippo as well. Right, hippo gets used on border control. Skunk works, all right. Let's just take those 3 credits. And here we go again.
You gonna trash this time? No, just click,
No,
gain 3 credits.
just keep.
No, getting Omokwa back up to respectable levels.
Yeah, that Amako as well. I suppose that's the reason you might not, but I mean, you might have been able to dig down to the last point, but
I mean, sure, you're not wrong, but at up 6-2 on points with such a
yeah,
comfortable position, you don't really need to make that kind of play. Now we can just sit back and uh, let the deck play itself, so to speak. Okay, back to Ruben. Up to 4 cards in hand now, which is not a not a terrible amount. And 2 cards going down in silver. All right. Yeah, Tempest. Running HU. Drafter is the rest. Just the speed bump for the Omoko. All right, auto control ending the round. And going again. Second click. Biotic label is the access. Of course, it could have been trashed. Of course. Bear in mind that there are already 2 biotic labels. In archives.
Yeah, just been a game on the back foot for Reuben, doing his best here, but goodness.
And now he can't even use Anotic Void due to just one card in each queue.
Yeah, due to the Maw trigger. It's absolutely brutal. Okay, skunk works. No, better than nothing. Tempest is accessing Rashida. You're leaving that? No, trashing it. Oh, and this is trashing Anotic Void. The rest, all that can go, but no, Tranquility, you can stay.
Yeah, it's late enough that Trankrid can stay, but is this gonna no? Okay. So that's mandatory draw, and then they'll have to draw twice to have an
Break
unknown.
R&D lock. Yeah. I mean, this looks, absolutely miserable to play as PD right now. Could draw, ice R&D. Okay. I mean, maybe you can kind of make another purge play.
Hello, Hippo.
All right. Never mind. Purge
Goodbye,
play is gone.
Hippo.
Seamless launches the access. Trashing a more card. All right.
Another ice and something in the root of 1.
Worth noting that this poor Tranquility Grid has been around since literally the first turn of the game. It's now turn 17. And I mean, it's gotten a lot of triggers, but you have to feel like it's kind of done more harm than good to Reuben at this point, just because of the matchup.
Yeah, the early easy access with Magnet, allowing you to gain money on running through, never feels good.
And here we go, running server 1 again. Third click.
2 Rashida in the bin. 1 Spin Doctor RFG, 1 in the bin. 2 Regolith.
Right. That's the
Third
last
Rashida.
Rashida.
Yep.
There we go. And Trunkit, okay, you can stay there. Thanks for your time. All right, Drafter.
This is really getting painful to just watch.
Yeah, I mean, surely it's, accessing 4 cards of a Waking Plant. Surely you just see, all right,
There it
there we go,
is.
Luminal.
Yeah, good.
There it is. Good games.
All right.
Props to
Congratulations
Reuben
to
for
Tempest.
sticking it out through a rough one there at the end, but well played games through the rest of the event. Honestly, you still get the Circuit Breaker Invitational. I blanked on it for a second there. Invite,
Yeah.
which means that you can come back for the
Yeah. Round
rematch.
4.
The CBI grudge match in the making.
I mean, you can call this one a draw. You did win game 1.
Oh, that's true. what a start. No, just what a start from Tempest on this Hoshiko deck. You could not have asked for more, I don't think. There's always room for misplays.
I mean, we saw 3 different Hoshikos in this top cut, and I mean, if I'm not wrong, all 3 of them were different types archetypes of Hoshiko. I mean, we see this Anus Amakua Hoshiko more, of course, by Tempest. Reuben is playing Apocalypse, and who was our last Hoshiko player? I do believe it was
It was
Aksu.
Aksu. Yeah.
Yeah, Aksu, who is, I believe, oh, we did see Aksu's game already. I cannot remember. Versus Ruins PD, I think, actually. That was the first round, yeah. So that definitely wasn't a Apocalypse deck, unless I'm remembering completely wrongly. Absolutely, in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, I did it, which means I do it again. Yeah.
No regrets.
I'm having
No
a final
regrets.
time. No regrets.
Yeah, I'd do it again if I wasn't playing next time.
Yeah. Well, not much of a story. I mean, it's a balloon art cosplay that somebody was displaying when I went on a trip to esports tournament in Malaysia. This was some years ago, and so they were showing off a balloon art cosplay, and they were letting people wear it. So that's me with a balloon helmet and 2 balloon mechanical arms.
Is it like any particular character or?
That's
Just like
Tinker from Dota 2.
that's why it looks familiar. Okay.
Yeah. Possibly. Yeah. Well, huge shout out to I firstly want to thank, of course, everyone that played today for making it. 30 people is no small number, and I think everyone contributed to make it an experience. And I also want to shout out to Twitch chat for uh, doing their side commentary on the games, pointing out things that maybe we missed. Just general like horsing around with all the banter. Yeah, cheers to you guys. I hope to continue interacting with you all in future streams.
Well, thanks to the organized play team at NSU for organizing this in the first place. And of course for all the participants for putting on a great games, because every single game that I've seen today has been really top notch. And of course thanks to you for streaming it, Vesper.
I mean, I shine constantly, so I mean, this is not. I'm obviously just a blanket thank you to Netrunner, the community, not only for just like allowing me to stand here for 8 hours and arguably be talking to things that are relevant to the game, but just like for being an actually great card game community. Having your hobby being filled with people that you're happy to associate with, it kind of slaps. So thanks Null Signal, keeping the game alive, running these. Thanks to players.
I almost forgot. Extra special shout out to Jeff Lisengrin for putting out the call for commentators and casters, and putting a trust in the three of us. Maybe we've had experience with the game before, but definitely not experience in like casting Netrunner in particular.
Jeff let me on daily casts when World Tree was revealed, and he let me explain the nickname of Biggie Sobs and didn't immediately kick me off. So I was good to it was good to have that confirmation that he was actually like if I asked again he would still say yes.